with that, we say goodbye to this particular cord with a mind of its own. Hello everybody, welcome to Montezuma. It is 70 degrees and mostly cloudy. I've seen a good variety of, heard a good variety of birds since I arrived. Let me get things situated here. Sorry for the delay. There was a wiring issue, and it was apparently the wire with a mind of its own. And finally it bit the dust, or at least it seemed like it wasn't working, and now I'm using its twin brother, who will give me the same sorts of problems and has already done so in the past. Anyway, let me make sure everything is up and running, and I've got to attend to a couple things. 1 second. Sorts of problem. Quiet. Okay, anyway, like I said, I now am employing its twin, and I believe I have a couple similar ones. I can't remember where I put them, but they're stashed somewhere. For use in the future. Hold on a second here. Too many wires. Just like if you've ever seen the movie Amadeus, which is excellent, and I've recently seen it twice. At one point there's a reference to Mozart's, well, a couple points, reference to his music, Mozart's music with having too many notes. Anyway, I've got to verify just a couple other things. Okay. And I think we're ready to go. Oh, so anyway, the birds I have seen or heard since arriving. Red-winged blackbird, I believe common grackle. Yellow warbler. Northern flicker. Who else? Brown-headed cowbird. Oh, hold on. What do I see? I saw pigeons on my way in. I said common grackle. Purple martins. Ruby-throated hummingbird. House wren. And did I say American robin? Not sure what else. We'll get to things as we go. Oh, cedar waxwing right now. Right over here. Actually, that piece, I can't remember its full name, was played in, not this particular playing of it, but it's what I happen to have in my library. But in in Amadeus, it's in there, and I happened to, when I was watching the movie, I was struck by how beautiful it was. Another robin here. Oh, chipping sparrow we're hearing, and I had heard one earlier. I'm hearing a gray catbird. Northern cardinal. That cable, sometimes I get a cable that looks fine, whatever the cord is. It looks fine, and I hesitate to throw it away if it seems to not be working. This cable, quite honestly, it's, as much as it, and as often it has become tangled up on one thing or another or itself, it has lasted several years. And quite honestly, surprisingly so. And maybe it's fine, and maybe there was some other glitch at work, but was that an American Red Star? That sounded like a house wren. I think that is an American Red Star. Oh! Oh, I thought it was a mink. It looked like a groundhog. Anyway, I was, I had a lot of other cables that came and went and were, just didn't last. And I'm surprised at how long that cable lasted. Like I said, to be honest with you, I'm using it, or I was using it to power the camera you're looking through right now, and that cable allowed me to do what we're doing now, so I only have to worry about the batteries in one camera, and it's very helpful in doing that for me. And so I've replaced it now, and who knows, like I said, maybe it's fine, but I tried to start up the camera, and then it started up just fine, and then it stopped. I'm hearing a mourning dove. Song sparrow. Over the years, the technology used on the tour has evolved. Some of it because of changes in cellular coverage and everything. I mean, when we just heard a downy woodpecker. Oh, and I heard distantly or at least I thought it was earlier, a red bellied woodpecker before I started. And I'm hearing a warbling vireo right now. And I think that was a yellow warbler just now. So, anyway, when we first started, you may recall, we were on cellular 3G. Now we're on 4G, and obviously 5G is available in some places. Not that we're using it. The 5G networks are what are still in many ways being built out. Now that sounded almost like a cowbird. Or no. Either cowbird, or could it have been possibly a... Okay, northern flicker. Could it have been a rusty blackbird? I don't know. I better leave the window open. So somewhere in here there's a warbling vireo, and there's also a northern flicker. That's the warbling vireo. And that's the northern flicker. Oh, do I see the... Where'd it go? That's the warbling vireo. Ah, mosquito. Really? I'm busy. Alright, well. Well, We saw the warbling vireo briefly. I haven't, in my lifetime, seen too many of them. Again, that's the northern flicker, a type of woodpecker. And I see a yellow warbler right over, oh, can't see it now, dropped down. Oh, there it is again. Come on. Well, it dropped down anyway. I was hoping to get it. Red-winged blackbird. I'm not sure who's singing that way. Hold on. Better get Merlin out. Oh, it might be a robin. It is. It sounded a little different. I've mentioned this before. Sometimes, you know, if a bird is distant, you know, you might hear part of its song, the louder parts, and if you're hearing only certain portions of a song, it may sound quite a bit different than the full song would. And that's what was happening with the robin, at least initially. I wasn't hearing the full song, and I thought it might have been something else. Song sparrow again. You could say for me it's been a fairly quiet week in terms of bird watching. I haven't seen all that much that's out of the ordinary. And it seems like the three Betty and Barney, of the three Betty and Barney, they're my neighboring red-tailed hawks. Oh, I hear a marsh wren. My neighboring red-tailed hawks, it seems like at least two have left the nest. And one still seems to be hanging around the nest tree, so I don't know if it's taken a flight yet or not. But I haven't seen the other two in a while. Okay, that was a swamp sparrow we just heard. I might be hearing a wood thrush in the distance. Not sure. Yes, I believe so. I believe we're hearing a wood thrush in the distance. And that was... who was that? Probably... might it have been an eagle? Possibly. heard a marsh wren again. I was in the visitor center. I looked at their the sightings listing, and there really wasn't all that much on there. Hearing marsh wrens again. I'm not sure. Oh, what am I hearing? I'm going to set you down for a bit. I believe I might have already seen a great blue heron. I'm not sure. I can't remember if I saw one or not. I expect to see one here somewhere, you know, and so it's not like it's, you know, wow, we saw one, we're not going to see any others, but just wanted to make that point anyway. By the way, regarding the movie Amadeus, I never saw it until recently, and I think I see an osprey in the air, and I had been convinced, okay, it's a movie that's worth seeing and everything, and I thought, okay, all right, I'll give it a try, and I went to, and I think the movie came out in, I believe, 1984, so it's not exactly new, and I wanted to maybe purchase a copy of it, a Blu-ray or something. And the only Blu-ray that was available, or at least the only version of the movie, was the director's cut. And a lot of people said that of the various cuts, the director's cut had actual additional scenes that made it, somehow detracted from the movie. And so I decided, okay, I'm not watching this movie until I get to see the theatrical cut. I don't want the director's cut. And I looked, I waited for years, a couple years at least, between the time I decided, okay, I'd like to see it, and the time it became available. It became available earlier this year. Earlier this year, I believe. And so I did finally watch it. And like I said, I did enjoy it. And I've really watched it, I think, essentially 2.5 times now. And I picked up on more things the second time around. Things that I had missed the first time. And it is an enjoyable movie, no doubt. The acting is good, and especially that of F. Murray Abraham. He's excellent in it. What am I hearing? It almost sounds like a green heron, but the call is a little bit short. And it was repeated rapidly, so I wouldn't expect that. It might have been actually an osprey in the air, believe it or not. Because it almost sounded sweeter, like an osprey's call. Well, I see sandhill cranes. Let's take a look at them. We probably won't watch them as long as we did last week. And I did post video, by the way, last week, so here they are. And we'll switch cameras and take a look. So again, these are sandhill cranes. This is their young colt. And I believe we saw this same family last week. We are dealing with a little bit of heat shimmer. You can see the colt is getting large. It looked large last week also, but it's still somewhat shy of the size of the adults. In some ways, today's conditions are quite a bit better than last week's in terms of lighting and in terms of where they are. They're a little closer, and I would say the green in the background helps me a little bit in terms of seeing them. Helps me, helps the camera. Okay, we're going to let them go. We're going to move on. And you know, what's that over there? Something? Nothing. They could very well still have been in the area, but with the draining of the main pool, we know they most likely would not have been where we just saw them. You know, they might have been over on the other side somewhere, or who knows what, but... Subaru. I don't know if it rained in this immediate area anytime recently. I get the sense that it has. I mean, there are some puddles out there, and so maybe it did. I see a great blue heron. You know, my point is, you know, how will it get? Will everything be 100% dry? Maybe not, but is it dry enough now to at least aid in the control of whatever various flora and fauna species that they're hoping to control? Possibly. I don't know. I would guess as much, actually. Especially in terms of any fish or whatever. That I can imagine them now having good control over. Some of the plants, maybe not. I don't know. And what do we have out? What do we have out here? Mallards. We saw mallards last week. Maybe in that roughly the same area. Who's making that sound? Alright, I'm going to set you down for a bit. I might have just heard a willow flycatcher. There are a few other mallards scattered here and there. Oh, I was just going to say we haven't seen any Canada geese, and I see some now. And I just heard a song sparrow, but we have Canada geese over here. And up ahead we'll probably have another, is that a, yes, great blue heron there. Things are certainly drying up quite a bit. There's still some water obviously here and there, and some of it is almost like, you know, puddle depth. And you know, that's one reason why I was mentioning you know, whatever rain we might have had here. You know, if rains continue, you know, throughout the summer, you know, might always have some water here. Okay, it looks like those are probably the mute swans, and that one seems to have with it the cygnets, the babies. And hopefully we'll get a look at them. I'm concerned about where they are in terms of and our own viewing, but we'll make the best of it, just because of how far they are and the heat shimmer involved. But we had a decent look last week. So we have seen an osprey, but that's the only, to this point, that's the only raptor we've seen. Oh, let's see if it lands. Okay, right down here, that is an eastern kingbird. And I think we just heard a willow flycatcher, possibly. And there's another, I saw another kingbird, but I don't see it now. Oh, sorry. You can see even here we have heat shimmer at work. Oh, I saw it. And, okay, it's not going to be in view. Hold on. Gotta switch back. First of all, I think there's an eagle on the ground. Here. That looks like an eagle from here. Let's see, is it? Looks like it. And behind it, I saw somebody pop up. Good luck with that. And then also, there is a Great-Blue Heron right there. So it's a young bald eagle there. And is there anybody else out there while we're looking? Look at the coloring there. Another immature bald eagle, but look at that coloring. That's strange. You know, we've seen immature or juvenile, whatever, you know, bald eagles many times, and they often have a mottled, you know, coloration, and you know, certainly not the you know, the pattern that you expect to see with an adult, and that is, you know, a very dark brown body and then the white head and tail. But that was interesting. While we're here, can we see the swans or no? Kind of. We'll try again later, but let's look right now. Oh, what do you know? So we have mute swans here, and their cygnets. And then here in the foreground, we have at least one green-winged teal, and which is a smaller duck. And then behind it, is that a mallard? I think so. Another green-winged teal, more mallard. Yep, a couple, they're mallards. You can see the difference in sizes. Look at that green-winged teal that's moving. It's closer to us than the mallards are, but it still looks significantly smaller. Okay, let's continue. Oh wait, is there anything here before we continue on? Oh, hold on. We'll also mallards. Please note, these mallards, I don't know if they're all males. I think, no, they're not. There's a female there, but the mallards, they don't have that bright green head, shiny green head, and the body coloration you might expect. That's because they're moving into eclipse plumage. So they're going into their non-breeding plumage. And, oh, hello. You can see the Canada geese goslings are getting bigger, and we saw some last week that had even more color development towards their adult coloration. than these. And we have, hold on, we've got a few more that are even closer here, but probably no more, no further along really. Well, but you can see the black tail feathers are coming in. Okay, let's move on. Just given where those geese are, it's kind of difficult for me to show them to you just because I have to look backwards. Oh, just heard a common yellowthroat from to our right and maybe kind of far away. Yellow warbler, song sparrow. I've been just dealing with camera stuff and tripod stuff and all kinds of stuff. Some of it tour related, some of it not, lately. And hold on a second, what's that? Okay. I can't remember if I mentioned it before, but it all started when I did a firmware update for one of my cameras. And, you know, the camera wasn't ruined or anything, but apparently the update was an extensive one, and I guess enough things had changed that it even changed my own settings that I had set. And trying to figure out what I had before and everything. And I'm not, you know, I'm not an expert on the cameras, so I'm kind of having to figure it all out again. Here's a great blue heron. See, we have a lot of heat. I mean, this isn't really terrible, but even looking behind it, you can tell we have some heat shimmer at work. I hear a gray catbird. There's another great blue heron. We may have seen that one already, I'm not sure. Those are mallards. Okay, let's leave this one in place. This camera. So anyway, I've been just doing a lot of camera adjustments and trying this and trying that, and it's just been interesting. I'm learning some new things about cameras, just at least in terms of using my own cameras. It's just been kind of fun. It's part of just the way things work. Enjoyable. little burrow here. Great blue herons, I mean, if you see them, you can see when just their various movements and rearrangement of their own feathers or whatever. They can give you quite a few different looks. I guess I would describe it. So we have one here, we have this one we've already seen, and we have this one here. There might be more, but I don't know. We're going to let them go, and we'll take another look before we move forward. We'll take another look at the cygnets if we can. Well, the mute, well, I guess we're not going to see much. Mute swans and the cygnets. Did I hear tundra swans? Possibly. I see three cygnets, I believe. Now, last week I thought we only saw two, so maybe we have two. Well, I think we did see more than one nest at work. Over the course of these several weeks. So that's very possible. Let's move forward. Oh, I did see a barn swallow also earlier. Forgot to mention that. I just saw a swallow now, and I wasn't sure what it was, but it reminded me I saw a barn swallow. Another great blue heron here. I'm not sure if I can give you much of a view. Just given where it is, I think we'll move on. Well, there's still this channel of water that's closer to the road, so it's something, and we've seen, you know, we just saw a great blue heron in it. Okay, let's try again to look at the swans. They're not getting much closer, but they're a little closer. Hear robin sing. It's interesting how much gray there is on one compared to the other two, and maybe it's just a matter of a couple days or something. You know, maybe it's a couple days older or something. I don't know. So everybody's snoozing, so let's we'll move on. Okay. I think I just heard a northern cardinal. Maybe not. Oh, right near the road here, there's a great blue heron. Took off. I took my started to move the camera away from me, and that's when it took off.
had its head, actually pulled back in, and as it was walking, the great blue heron, but I couldn't get it just because of autofocus. I probably should have turned off the autofocus. Just heard a common yellow throat. I see some swallows up in the air. Not sure what kind they are. Yellow throat again. Love to see the yellow throat with you, but hold on a second. What is that something, or no? Probably not. No. Swamp sparrow. Yellow warbler. Swamp sparrow. Yellow warbler. I just saw a yellow warbler, a different one. Now we're hearing marsh wrens. Swamp sparrow again. Listen to those complex vocalizations from the marsh wrens. Muskrat. That's a flycatcher of some sort. I'm not sure what kind. All right. Let's see if we can get a different look. Oh, have a look. While we're here, let's look at that egg that we've been seeing here. And if it is an egg, it's surprising that it's still here. Looks like an egg.
I mean, I believe that's the same thing we've been seeing for weeks now. So I don't know what's going on. I'm just surprised that nothing has come along and dealt with it in one way or another. Something there. It was swimming in the water, not a bird. It looked like maybe like a muskrat, but maybe somehow small. I thought maybe it was a baby or something. And I did not get it on camera. At least I don't believe I did. And I wanted to begin looking at it, and I thought I saw a bird flash through our view, but I don't see any bird now.
that was a muskrat also, but it seemed to be of ordinary size. Move forward, I guess. Everything is, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not showing it to you well, but everything is tall here. All the grasses, and so I'm kind of skipping over things, not because I'm being unthorough, but because I simply can't see down to ground level. I think I'm hearing starlings. European starlings, some young ones. There were some American goldfinch. I had heard American goldfinches earlier too. I just saw some American goldfinches. Anyway, I had forgotten a few of the birds I saw before I managed to get everything started up. Female red-winged blackbird. I thought I might give you a good look at her, but she took off. Sorry if it's not good viewing, but I want to be ready in case we do happen to see something. I'll have you look in the distance, at least it might not be so crazy a view. Wait a minute, what's that? Hold on. guess it's a young red-winged blackbird, I think. Yeah, that's what I think it is. Okay. In the visitor center, they told me that recently, I can't remember when, there had been seen little baby Virginia rails, and they were out on the road, but here on Wildlife Drive. We've seen that before ourselves years ago, but it's been a while. Switch cameras. Sorry. I think that's my fault. Anyway, I think I'm hearing a warbling vireo. Here's another common gallinule. Let's see if we can get a better look. Oops. Oh, it's going to go in. Yeah, it's going to go out of view. Sorry. And just like we have been in recent weeks, we'll go through this area slowly, just to hopefully give me a look at things. And is that? No. Oh, grateful heron just took off. And it seemed to be, it was vocalizing for some reason. That was a swamp sparrow we just heard. see only one. I don't know if there are more. Oh, yeah, there are more. I can't see them, but there are more besides that. There's at least one more. Cute. Oh yeah, there. Oh, there we go. Here's at least one more adult, and something's disturbing the water. I'm not sure if it's more goslings or not. Oh yeah, there may be more families. So okay, good. I would imagine it's safe to say that just as the growing season has progressed, it's that much more difficult to see anything in these grasses here. But I'm still hoping for a lucky sighting. We were having some decent luck seeing American bitterns in the area, but it's been a couple weeks. Common grackle down there, it just flew away. Red-winged blackbird also. And I just saw a tree swallow. Probably mallards. Those two ducks we just saw in the air. A little easier to see in this section here. Oh, something was just disturbing the water. Was it a fish? Probably. Or something. Sorry, I'd love to be seeing more, but by the way, just like last week, if we have an opportunity to see black terns up close, I might want to, try to take still photos. Didn't happen last week, but I was hoping, and still hoping. I just wonder what I might be missing on this side. Well, let's keep moving on, I guess.
vehicle ahead of us as it passed us, and right now as well. Oh, hold on. Gull of some sort in the air. As it passed us, there were two children looking out one of the windows, and they were just, had their heads on it. And they looked bored out of their minds. Oh, I see a black tern.
Just one, and it's flying away over here. Wait, where'd it go? And something smells rotten, like rotten eggs. Yeah. Is that another black tern, possibly? It's possible it's the same one, but I don't believe so. Did I hear a killdeer, possibly? I'm not sure. Now, I'm not sure if the kids were really bored out of their minds that were, hanging out the window of the camper. But, to me, if you are going to bring children there, unless they already have an interest, you have to do something to spark that interest. And I see swans again. In the visitor center, they had given a count of 5 cygnets, and last week we saw 2. Today we've seen 3, but maybe we're going to see the same pair that we saw last week. And that's my guess, is maybe they've been staying in this area more or less. And maybe those are the 2 we saw last week, because we've already seen 3. I was surprised to see 3, but it all makes sense now. And I think we're going to look from here. All right, let's see if we can have it. Okay, mute swans. Oh, there they are. Okay. Hello. Oh, and a black tern there. And a great blue heron. Again, we are looking at mute swans. Notice the orange bill, bright orange bill, on the adult. And we're looking also with, along with them, they have two of their young, and they're called cygnets. We won't stay with them too long, but it's just nice to see them. And this is, I'd argue, this is the best we've seen them yet. This season, we've actually never really seen mute swan cygnets before this year. We've seen mute swans before, of course, but not their cygnets. And it's just nice to see them. We'll move on. do wish they were closer. But.
That things look better as we move forward. Maybe we'll look at them again. There are a few black terns here in the area, but like I'm hoping for a better opportunity to watch them and to hopefully photograph them. Last week I had hoped that we would be able to see some at, and I'd be able to photograph some at Mays Point, and there just weren't any there. There may have been one there, and that was it. At least at the time we were there. And
So I didn't have that chance. And this morning it occurred to me, oh, I should try again.
getting back to bringing kids along for for bird watching. If they have an interest already, great. That's wonderful. If they don't happen to have an interest, and let's say you're thinking, okay, I'd like to spark that interest. I don't know with certainty, but I'm guessing a good way, at least one good approach would be, if you know what birds you might expect to see in the area you plan on visiting, you might want to point out, talk about one, even just one species or maybe two to the child and say, look, I'm hoping to see this. And here, let's talk about it. Let's look at it. Let's see what this species is about. And when we go on Saturday, or when we go whenever, I want you to help me find it. And maybe that child will then be on the lookout for that species, and you basically share the experience. And who knows, that might spark a real and genuine interest in the child. I mean, a good one, for instance, a good choice if you're coming here would be, let's see if we can find a great blue heron. And it's good for a number of reasons. Here, obviously, we've seen numbers of them today, and have there been times when we've seen more? Sure. Have there been times when we've seen fewer of them? Yes, of course. But so great blue heron would have been a good choice for for someone visiting with their children today. And because of the size of a great blue heron, it might be easy for a child to see with his or her own eyes. If they have binoculars, great, that helps too. But they'd be able to see the great blue heron, and also, just by their great blue heron behavior, it's not like it's a yellow warbler constantly, zipping about and going from here to there. I mean, that you'll see one very often quite stationary or rather stationary at ground level. So they're easy to see and to watch. So, that would be a good choice. And here's another thing. While you're watching them, as I mentioned earlier, there are various poses and movements of feathers and things like that that give a lot of different looks. And you can talk about them later on. Did you remember when it spread its wings? I mean, so that kind of thing can be interesting, and again, a way to spark that interest. Did you see it catch the fish? I mean, you could see a yellow warbler, for instance, but are you going to be able to see it, especially if you're not looking closely with binoculars, that it just caught a bug? Maybe not. So a great blue heron, I think, would be a good choice, or maybe ducks if it's a good duck watching season. Canada geese also, especially if you don't have Canada geese around you and you're going to go see them, at your bird watching destination. You can make it that much more of a special, sighting and event. But anyway, it looks like we're just about at the end of Wildlife Drive. And we'll wait for this pickup truck to pass. Still 70 degrees according to my thermometer. Just saw a common grackle. I'm hearing it sounded like a vireo, but maybe not red-eye. Hold on, let's let Merlin listen. Oh, oops. Yellow-throated vireo. Makes sense. The red-eyed vireo vocalizes more often, and I think the yellow-throated does have a more, it sounds like something's wrong with its voice. It's a little hoarse. But again, a much slower pace to its vocalizations than you'd have with the red-eyed vireo. I don't know if you heard me or not, but we're hearing yellow-throated vireo, and it has a slower pace to its vocalizations, much slower than red-eyed vireo. I think I just heard possibly a common yellow-throat. Yes, I believe so. Red-winged blackbird also. I better drive forward a little bit more.
Oh, I see yellow warbler. Hear the yellow-throated vireo again. I'm sorry, yeah. Hearing a song sparrow, and is it here? Yes, hit it. I think I just heard a marsh run. And, okay, let's look up at the great blue heron rookery now. Oh, hold on 1 second. I'd love to see that vireo if possible. But I don't know where it is. Okay. Marsh run. So we're looking up at a great blue heron rookery if you're just joining us. A number of nests all together in an area. We're hearing a yellow-throated vireo. Hold on a second. We have also heard a common yellowthroat. You can see these young great blue herons have grown considerably. pretty quiet up there, but got a lot of young ones standing around. Not surprising, but I mean, you know, they're just waiting for adults to come and feed them, most likely. Okay, we're going to move on, I think. Hold on, is that something? No. Okay. Oh. Okay, you're seeing what I'm seeing. And there's a yellow warbler here. Dropped out of sight. The flycatcher, or whatever it is still there, but the yellow warbler is getting closer but more difficult to see. And stay with it. I have to point behind me effectively. And okay, it just moved on. Okay. You know what, let me, I want to look at one other thing. One second. I was hoping to catch some feeding activity. Okay, well, maybe not today.
it looked like an adult had just flown up there, but we couldn't really see because our view was blocked. All right, we're going to move on. Mosquitoes. Mosquitoes. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I'm being insulted by these mosquitoes. Hold on. I've got to deal with it if I can reach my racket. Yes, the racket is here today. Whew. I got at least one of them. I may have caught the second one. I'm not sure. I don't like using it, but they leave me no choice sometimes. Wasn't sure it would work. The batteries are kind of old too. Second. I don't have a good way to carry it. It's kind of poorly designed. In that, and it's not the sort of thing you want to, have touching kitchen utensils. It's not really clean. Yet they don't give you a case for it, which I understand. They want to keep things inexpensive. But the button is exposed and easily pressed by accident. Welcome to East Road. I just saw a tree swallow. And that looked like a great capper that just flew across the road. Could be wrong. And I see, on the road, and flying off now was an American goldfinch. A sparrow of some sort. An osprey. With a fish by the looks of things. Yes, 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 I know. I know. And while you're looking there, let me just deal with a couple things. A little bit of heat shimmer involved, so we're not going to zoom in too much. We're going to go around. I just don't want to disturb this osprey while it's having a meal. It seemed to kind of sort of watch us a little bit, maybe. It wasn't eating, with a lot of gusto, but like I said, I don't want to frighten it or bother it or whatever. So we'll drive around. about to pass another osprey nest. It looks active. I see somebody on it. Check on something. Let me pull over for a second. I'm just going to check one thing I forgot to do. So I again welcome you to East Road. I don't know if there's going to be much there in the marsh. We'll take a look. And who knows? I mean, there might be, because, you know, we did see a few herons, for instance, at the main pool. I think I just saw a barn swallow at the main pool. You know, that's surrounded by Wildlife Drive, but not that many. And you know, the herons have to go somewhere, so who knows? They could be here. It's not that far away. It's not super close, but not that far away. With the naked eye, it doesn't look like much is going on down there, but we'll have a closer look. See a red-winged blackbird? A couple of them, actually. I think it was a common grackle that just flew through our view. Did I hear a marsh rat? Maybe not. I'm hearing a robin. Let's take a look with this camera from... Well, let me look with binoculars first. Well, I see somebody leading some babies down there.
Where'd they go? I think I hear a pied-billed grebe, and those look like black terns. And okay, let me find those. There they are. They're mergansers. They're hooded mergansers by the looks of things. Hey, catch up. Now, despite the thinner bill... Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Are there two or just one? They may have all... We may be looking at just the... Yeah, I don't believe there were two, but they moved enough that it seemed to be that they moved out of the frame. Anyway, as I was saying, they may have those thin bills, but they are ducks. Just heard a yellow warbler. Did I hear a wood thrush possibly? Maybe. Look at the size range of the ducklings. One of them seems particularly large compared to the others, and just it even looks different. Or it did. Well, that one caught something. She's a fast swimmer, isn't she? And she dives and then she pops up quickly somewhere else. And to see the young catch something themselves, that's wonderful. I had never seen ducklings catch anything like that before. Seems like it's a good spot. Either that, or else we just keep seeing the same one with prey. We just heard a common gallinule. Marsh wren. Okay, that one just swallowed something, so I mean we shouldn't see it again. I just heard a wood thrush. And I believe a red-bellied woodpecker. possible swamp sparrow. Common gallinule again. American robin's been singing right along. Oops, sorry. So again, we're looking at a mother duck and her ducklings, and the species is hooded merganser. They might be in or out of our view actually up for a bit, depending on how rapidly they move along. I may have just heard a warbling vireo. I'm going to leave there's a black tern. I'm going to leave the camera pointed here for the moment. I want to look around. They might be back in view. Wait, they're there, and there they go. Purple heron back there, and black tern farther away, farther than the ones we've seen. I hear a mourning dove. What's going on here? Looks like a different... what is that? Is that a redhead by any chance? Looks like it. Maybe I'm wrong, but it looks like it to me. Yep, I believe so. I'm not sure. Those gadwalls by any chance? They might be. Unless they're more redheads. They might be more redheads. And there at center, that's a pied-billed grebe, not a duck. Not so sure what those are. No sign. Hold on, I want to start the car. No sign of the... No, not that I see. I don't see the mergansers any longer. Not from here. We might see them again, but... Is that a pied-billed grebe? Yes, looks like it. And another there. Those are wood ducks there. Three of them. This morning I looked out from my window and I saw in the stream that's in my view, I saw a mother wood duck with a number of ducklings. I was surprised. Just given the location and everything, I just didn't think there would be any there, although I believe I've seen some there in the past. Another pied-billed grebe. and I think we'll move on. Let me just take another look with binoculars. So maybe not a lot of activity here in terms of herons or whatever, or at least nothing that was really jumping out at me, but still very glad we stopped. Alright, let's up on the utility line ahead, that's a mourning dove. You know, let's look at that mourning dove for a second. I wasn't sure when I first saw it, what was it? First I thought mourning dove, then I thought, oh, could it be a kestrel? And then I thought, no, mourning dove. And here's they're roughly the same size, but look at the thinner head relative to the body. That's just something to help clue you in. If you're not getting a good view, that's something to look for. Oh, it's a mourning dove. It has that smaller head relative to the body than an American kestrel would. And so that's why I knew it was a mourning dove instead. And, you know, okay, it's a mourning dove. Is it likely to see a kestrel here? Well, we've seen them here many times. So it is definitely a possibility. It's funny, a few weeks ago, we had a tour, and I was seeing a lot of American kestrels. And since then, I really haven't seen any. A couple of red-winged blackbirds down there. Just saw an eastern kingbird. Oh, and we're hearing a willow flycatcher. Oh. You know, that eastern kingbird is, well, now impossible to see. I may have heard a bobolink. I'll have to admit also that I cannot remember what a female bobolink looks like. Wait, wait. Yeah, I hear one. I hear a male bobolink singing. Maybe two of them. You hear that complex series of notes? And the is the willow flycatcher. I'm not seeing any bobolinks, but I know we're hearing at least two of them. Oh, is that a female by any chance? Probably not. Maybe. Whoever that was, I can't see it anymore. And whoever it is back in view, but getting harder to stay with, given its location. I hear the gallinule again and a couple of pied-billed grebes. But I'm still not seeing any male bobolinks. I hesitate to drive forward. We've got, it seems like taller grasses to deal with, potentially blocking our view. There's some, reasonably tall here as well, but not as tall. But I think we will drive forward. Oh, do I see one? Possibly. I don't know if I'll be able to get it for you or not. Really tall stuff here. I can't see. I mean, there's a little bit of a hill, a ridge, and the tall. swamp sparrow, I think. Okay, I'm going to set you down. Well, I just saw one, a male. He was in flight. Not close. I don't know who this is, but song sparrow. It does sound like some of the bobolinks might be somewhat close. I'm not seeing any, but oh, they're there. Who just made that noise? I think it was a... swallows. Where are they? Okay, it's getting hard to stay with him. Okay, just look around with binoculars a bit. I have not seen yet any sandhill. Oh, I do see a sandhill crane. Okay, let's, oops. I don't know if I can show it to you. Probably not, given its location. No, I can't, given its location. It's over here somewhere. Love a better look at the bobolinks. And I appreciate your patience. Hold on a second. All right, let's move forward. I did see a sandhill crane. I saw an adult with its head up above the grasses. I don't know if I don't see it now. Now we had been seeing a family. And, oh, I see it. I see them. And think I just heard a yellow warbler, but I'm not sure. I don't believe I see any other sandhill cranes, but let me leave it here and let me look around with binoculars a little bit. And in that same area, bobolink just flew in there. I don't see anybody else, but I believe someone else is there. Just we haven't seen yet. Hearing a robin. Common gallinule. Oh, there we go. We've got 2 adults there at least. And I think right there we have a colt. Hi, hello. Hey. Now the question is, how many colts are there? Because we saw 2 initially. Weeks ago, but I don't know if there's still 2 now. Okay, adult there. Come on, you gotta cooperate with us, please, people. Come on, let's see you. Okay, is it the same one? I don't know. We won't stay too much longer. Hold on a second. What do I see in the air? A raptor of some sort in the air. 1 second. If I can get it. There it is. Doesn't look like a red-tailed hawk. It's flapping its wings too rapidly. I'm guessing it might be a peregrine falcon, but I don't know. Hold on. Oops, I think I lost it. And something else large in the air, great blue heron. I lost track of it. And a few more looks towards the sandhill cranes if we can, wherever they are. And we're still hearing bobolink vocalizations. Let me look with binoculars for the cranes. Nobody in sight. Okay, well, let's move on.
Sorry, somehow the camera got disconnected and I didn't realize it. We're heading to Mays Point. I want to look around to see if there are black terns there. If there are, that's our last stop up here for the day, I think. And I may stay there a bit myself just to try to photograph black terns. Oh, just flew across. I think I'm warning you. I think we're probably, more than likely, going to be skipping Van Dyne Spoor today. I do see, it looks like an eagle. How dare this person park where I wanted to park? So anyway, I'm going to get out, I'm going to go look and see what the story is here. And I do see someone out there taking photographs of something. I don't know what. I'm going to leave you here for a bit, and I'll come back and we'll talk about whatever's going to be next. Okay? Okay. So don't use the tennis racket while I'm away. It's more like a badminton racket. I'll be right back. Well, truth is, I don't know. There's not much going on. I did see a couple of black terns, just a couple, and they weren't all that close. I'm tempted to stay here just a bit and try to photograph them myself. But there's not much, worth getting everything out for. So I think I am going to stay, but we're going to take a break, an extended break. I won't stay here too long. I just want to see if I can take some photographs on my own. I don't want to bother to get everything out and try to get it set up, and also there are other technical issues. So we'll take a break now. I think it might be closer to 7 or 7:15 by the time we are back in Ithaca. Okay, everybody? So, like I said, we're going to take a break. I want to just take a few minutes to try to take some photos. Some of it is experimental on my part in terms of using equipment and everything. So, I'm hoping that. I see the time. Thank you, Dolph. So I won't stay here too long. Maybe only a few minutes, and I might start up sooner rather than later. But anyway, we'll see you in a little while. Okay, everybody? Bye-bye. Hello everybody, welcome to the Cornell University campus. We're looking at Big Red, a red-tailed hawk who lives here on the campus. She is probably looking in the direction of her nest, and we are seeing her on Bradfield Hall. That song, by the way, was She Is Music by Antoine Dufour. And we're going to take a look around. I appreciate your indulging me on... hold on a second. Let me see if I can focus. I can't really quite focus. We're not set for that. Again, that was She Is Music by Antoine Dufour. Let's look at her one more time because she is so beautiful. Again, if you're unfamiliar, she is a red-tailed hawk. Hold on a second. Okay, let's move, and let's see if we can look around a bit. She is not far from her nest, just a few moments of flight, I would say. I want to thank you for indulging me and allowing me to spend extra time in the Montezuma area. I was taking photographs, and I'm not saying the photographs came out great, but I did get at least a few decent opportunities, and I was really enjoying it. It's not something I do very often anymore. As I've said I've said it before, and I still believe it. There's a luxury, a special something about still photos. You capture a moment. You know, what happened before, what happened after, doesn't matter. All that matters is the moment. And it's a luxury in that, if you do capture something that you are happy with, whatever that may be, you don't have to worry about, again, anything else ruining the view or anything because you've captured it. I see a robin, and I've heard a number of robins. I thought I also heard earlier a cardinal, a northern cardinal, when I was setting up. And we also, when we were back there looking at Big Red, I believe I heard a gray catbird. It's 67 degrees. I was surprised as I was getting closer to Ithaca. It seemed to be getting cloudier. I thought things might actually clear up a bit, but no. Okay, we just heard a killdeer. And let's take a look up at the nest from here. I'm not sure if this is really a great angle or not. Probably not, but let's try it. Give me a moment. We're on one camera right now for various reasons. Just sometimes it's not as great here for certain situations, but it's helpful in the long run. Uh-oh. Can't really see anybody from here. Not really. Not well. But somebody's up there.
Looks like the chicks are hunkered down a bit, or at least they seem it from here. Hold on a second. Do I see somebody? No. No. And we look... Oh, do I see somebody? Hold on. Hi, Arthur. Okay, so we know where Arthur is. That is Arthur, Big Red's mate, and he is on the scaffolding for the clock tower. And I guess he's monitoring the wind speed, given those, whatever those things are spinning up there. Alright, let's look back up at the nest. I think we're going to make our way to Sapsucker Woods pretty soon. Okay, oops. I know what we're going to do. Hold on. There's a location we'll go to, and then we'll make it our way to Sapsucker Woods. Let's go. Can't see from here if Big Red is still where she was. Oh, no, she's not. She is not there. She's now on one of the lighting towers. Let's take a quick look at her. Isn't it? No comment. Not now, anyway. Okay, so now she's on one of the lighting towers here. I hear a mourning dove. Okay, let's go and see if we can maybe get a better look at the nest.
thread a needle here, essentially. You know, I still can't see anybody from here. All I can see is the nest cup itself, or the nest itself, and but from here I can't really see anybody. I was hoping that we could, as we did a few weeks ago, have a view right through these trees, but oh, maybe I see somebody's head. Hold on. Well, let's take a look. Let's see what happens. Okay. Sorry. So even from here, there's not much to see. Hello? Anybody home? Well, we tried. You can see tail feathers maybe, and a head popping up just a bit over the nest cup, but I guess they don't want to be seen right now. So we're gonna move on. Let's head to Sapsucker Woods and see what we can see there, since we're not welcome as far as the chicks are concerned. But we've seen Big Red and we've seen Arthur, and that's good. So good to see them as always. How'd that get there? Right, let's go. Hearing a house sparrow. And on Bruckner, I see a starling. And a mourning dove, I believe. And there's another mourning dove that just landed on the ground ahead of us. Hi, everybody. Big Red is still where she was on the lighting tower. Hi, O's. Oh, sorry. Just heard a chipping sparrow. And I'm not so sure Arthur is still up there at the top of the tower, or of the scaffolding around. No, I don't. It's possible something's blocking my view, but I don't see him up there. No, I don't believe he's up there. the street lights behind us just came on. I think it's a little early for that, but we don't have much time. Like I said, I'm not sure I captured many great images of the black terns, and in fact, it started off with me thinking, oh, they're not gonna come around here, and I'm only gonna be here maybe 10-15 minutes. But eventually, they started coming a little closer, and more robins on the ground to our right. One thing that's really a certainty is I need to read the instructions on the camera. They're just some things I should learn how to do. Now, some of those things, I might know them by now if it weren't for the fact that I was taking stills. If it weren't for the fact that I so rarely, take still photos anymore, and also I was using a different camera. I don't really use that camera often, and I decided I wanted to use it today and see if I could take some nice photos, possibly. Oh, I just love that. We gotta hear that again. That was Richard Elliott with the song Coastline. I really like it. I had to rewind that one spot. I think, I'm guessing the first time I ever heard that song, that part hit me and I was like, oh, I gotta get this one. So, sorry. We did, you probably didn't see it, but as we were driving just now, we were driving and, you know, running parallel to the road was a sidewalk, and at one of the cracks in the sidewalk, you know, between sections, there was a northern flicker, you know, type of woodpecker, and I'm guessing it has something at the, you know, about insects at the crack in the sidewalk. Anyway, we're nearly to Sapsucker Woods. 66 degrees. I'm actually, I don't know if I'll put on a jacket or not, but I might just for mosquitoes. I was looking at the forecast for Montezuma and Ithaca. You know, there was rain in the morning, okay, you know, chances of rain, and then, you know, clouds later in the day. But I mean, this is like, I think I'm not sure if that was a cardinal or not. This is solid cloud cover, and I did not see any rain between here and Montezuma, but it looked like at many times it looked like, just saw a robin, it looked like it might rain. Another robin, and possibly another robin. Hearing a warbling vireo. Yellow warbler, catbird, song sparrow. I think I just heard a common yellowthroat. Lots of chittering here and there. Red-winged blackbird, just saw it, and heard a different one. More vehicles here in the lot than I would have anticipated. I wonder if there's an event going on in the lab. I wouldn't have expected this many vehicles, and I don't know about you, but I, whatever it is, was not invited. If there is an event, there's a rabbit over. I'm pointing to the rabbit as if you can see. There's a rabbit to our right. Hello, rabbit. And I think this is a safe spot to park, if you know what I mean. Oh, and what did I just see fly up to the tree? Northern flicker. And I don't believe I should need too much time to get ready for our walk. So let me just tend to a few things, if you don't mind. Oh. Okay. It's easier than I thought. It's not normally that easy. Alright, I have to do a couple things I forgot to do earlier. Review. Uh-oh. Where'd the bug spray go? Oh, there it is. Don't leave the car without it. I'd love to take the tennis racket with me, but it's just too much to carry. Not even weight-wise, it's just another thing to deal with. And I guess I could come up with something. Should be with you in a moment. There was a mosquito back here, I think. Some kind of bug. It looked like a mosquito. It might not have been one. Might be hearing a cedar wax one, I'm not sure. A couple song sparrows are singing. Oh, hold on. Hurry.
think we've got a baby robin here, and it was being fed by its parent. That's just about everything we need, I think. Oh, almost everything. Hold on. I've been adjusting the tripod all week, so I don't know if it's really to my liking. I still think I'm hearing cedar waxwing. Oh yeah, we are. Hold on. Just heard a yellow-bellied sapsucker. Hear that like screeching in the background? That's the yellow-bellied sapsucker. There are at least there are 3 or 4 cedar waxwings here. They're named after. See the yellow tip on the tail? I guess I believe it's waxy in nature. But anyway, they're called cedar waxwings. Hold on a minute. And I believe all of them left this nearby bush or whatever. And I am hearing the uneven tapping of a yellow-bellied sapsucker. Not very close though. Heard the yellow warbler again. All right, let's go. We only have so much time. Now you see all the cars here. You know, this is, like I said, it's more than usual, and there are a number of vans. So there's, just so you know, I'm warning you, there's a possibility we're going to walk by and see an obvious event going on to which we were not invited. So, I mean, don't be offended. I guess we didn't invite the lab to this either, although anyone's welcome to tune in. I can imagine, though, the experts at the lab would be like, we're watching this guy? He doesn't know what he's talking about. There's a deer there. Just saw it. And it's running off now. Could be that they had the event already and it's over with, and now there are just people inside cleaning up, or who knows what. But if the people are inside cleaning up, they should have left the parking area that we just came from to the guests. So I'm guessing there's still something going on. Did we just hear a hairy woodpecker? Yeah, there's something going on, and you're not invited. That's Ian Owens, the director of the lab, and he's speaking. He's standing and speaking. I believe that's him. It is. Well, I don't want to photograph people, so. Like I said, we're not invited. He's great, though. He really is. I think do we have a hairy and a downy here? I don't know if I can get a clear view. Yeah, I think we do. You can see the one at the feeder is a little bit larger and has the proportionally longer beak than the one that just flew away. So we've seen a hairy and a downy woodpecker. They're very similar in appearance, and quite honestly, sometimes someone like me can easily get them confused, or at least not be certain which one he's seeing. And is that another? Was that another herring? Possibly. Wait a minute. Yeah, I don't think anybody's at the feeders now. And who's this? That's a red-winged blackbird. A couple of them. Okay, we're gonna move on. Let me leave everything in place. I think the two woodpeckers are here somewhere. I don't see them, but they were interacting. That's what you just heard. Probably two hairies, but I'm not positive. All right, well, it's pretty dark here. I know it's late in the day, but it's darker than I would have expected, but that's because of the cloud cover. Just heard a gray catbird. blackbirds. And I saw something moving over there. At least I thought I did. I hear an American crow. Swamp sparrow, just heard. Who's this? Red-winged blackbird. Adjust my tripod just a bit. Hearing a northern cardinal. So far here of the woodpeckers, hairy, downy, northern flicker, and red-bellied woodpecker. I'm sorry, yellow-bellied sapsucker. So 4 species so far. All right, we're gonna. I think we'll get to the trails. Let me just look around with binoculars quickly, just in case. Hold on. Oh, who's that? Turtle. Snapping turtle. Okay, gotta adjust my tripod again. Where'd it go? Oh. Just heard a swamp sparrow. Okay, still haven't looked around with binoculars. Oh, let's get back on this red-winged blackbird. Okay, let's get to the trails. Those are frogs you're hearing over here. Just heard a song sparrow. Hearing a gray catbird nearby with complex vocalizations. Oh, I might be hearing a wood thrush. Yes, wood thrush. Yeah. Yeah. It's just a beautiful sound. Hold on, something's wrong here. Alright, I've got an issue I've got to deal with. Sorry, everybody. Something's come loose. You know what, while we're here, I'm going to put some repellent on. They've already found me. That was a swamp sparrow. Sorry about that, everybody. You're hearing a northern cardinal. Not hearing the wood thrush any longer. You can see things are really grown in, and you know, the weather overall, we've had a good spring in terms of rainfall and everything, and so things are grown quite a bit. Lots of tall grasses in the area. I'm hearing a tufted titmouse. Can't say I mind the look. Maybe two of them. They're not close. They're getting farther, I should say. sure where they are. They're on a fairly nearby tree, but I can't see. Oh, well, I just caught motion, but it flew right through. Could be because of they're issuing what sounds like their agitation calls, but there's also a robin nearby. Is there something else nearby, or is this because of me? Just heard a common yellowthroat, and we're hearing a catbird as well. Still can't find the tufted titmice. Let me look with binoculars, maybe I'll. Swamp sparrow again, gray catbird. Tufted titmice, at least one. Common yellowthroat. Just not seeing the tufted titmice. Alright, we're going to move through. I'm not finding the tufted titmice wherever they are. Hear a crow again. Now I'm hearing a robin again also issuing an alert. Belted kingfisher up there. Let's see if we can maybe get a look. We haven't seen. Oh, just took off. Just took off. We haven't been seeing them much here this year. It could be it's just our luck, just our timing. That's very possible. I think that chip note you're hearing, I believe, might be common yellowthroat. of a barred owl. It's just a matter of finding a line of sight. It took off. It took off. I see it again though. Alright, we're going to move and see if maybe there's a better line of sight than this. Wait, where is it? There it is, okay. I don't know if we'll get a better line or not. See it. I don't know where it is. Oh, do I see it? I think I do. I believe it's out of view. Seemed to fly towards the road. And that sounds like a pileated woodpecker if I'm not mistaken. It's tempting to try to walk all the way around and go find it, but I don't think we're going to do that. Might not be visible anyway. Well, anyway, that was a barred owl. Good to see. Just heard a veery. Here's something else to note. You know, like I said, it's tempting to go and try to walk along the road and see if we can find it again. But the thousand eyes are telling us, don't bother. I'm not hearing any robins or anything, so let's keep going. Showing you how wet the trail is here. Something just flew through. I don't know what it was. Something small. Not really small, but maybe robin size, maybe. It may have been a robin. I find myself often using the absence of clues to tell me something, just like we did just now. Sometimes you wonder, oh, is a bird still around? Well, if you don't hear something, and you had been before, just minutes before, it's sometimes very safe to assume, okay, it's moved on, and probably not in your immediate vicinity any longer. And that can be helpful too, especially if, let's say there's a hawk in a tree or something like that, and you're hearing all kinds of alerts. Maybe you don't even see the hawk, or you did see the hawk, but you've lost sight of it, but you know it's still there in the tree. You're not sure if it's still there now, but everything's gone quiet, and, well, maybe it took off. And now we're hearing an eastern wood pewee. Yee. Also hearing in the distance a robin singing. Now I will point out, there have been times when we've seen, a barred owl, and things were all quiet. It's like no one cared. Either the birds didn't know about it, or they just assumed, okay, this owl is not on the hunt. We can tell it's an owl. We know it's not going to hunt until later in the day. We don't have to bother. I mean, that's a possibility also. And, why waste energy if you know that this raptor is not a threat? So, I mean, that can happen. But my point is, if you're hearing the sounds beforehand, the alert calls and things like that, and then you're not, suddenly you're not, well then, you would if the raptor or whatever threat were still around. And, we didn't see the barred owl, the entire time, but it did seem to be somewhat on the move, so what caught my attention was the calls of the robin, and I just it's been my experience here that robins don't call too often, in response to people. I'm not saying they're used to people or anything. Maybe they are somewhat. But, you see one on the trail, you might even get kind of close to it, and then it takes off if it doesn't want to be near you. But it's not going to call out an alert. But with the barred owl, I did hear the alerts, and I thought, okay, that's not their style if it's just because of me, and I wasn't that close anyway. So I figured it was worth a look. It's actually, the woods themselves are kind of quiet, aren't they? It is late in the day, it is cloudy, but will we see or hear a red-bellied woodpecker? I don't know. We've seen or heard 5 species of woodpecker today here. I did hear a red-bellied when we were you know, at Montezuma before we started everything up, but and I may have heard one after I started up, I'm not sure. I think I'm going to brighten it up a bit. We have to do that again soon, I think. Actually, it's not much brighter, is it? Most of the sounds are coming from the pond here in the woods. Now I have, as I've mentioned in the past here, I've long considered this section to be a quiet one, and often go through here with seeing little or nothing. And that's why I've called it in the past the desert. But I've also had some great sightings in this area, so you never know. Looks like there's plenty of light in the sky, but here at ground level it's dark. Some of that does have to do with the trees. Some of it, of course, has to do with the cloud cover. I hear a great crested flycatcher. Oh, and a scarlet tanager. The scarlet tanager was issuing an alert call, or at least what sounded like one. Easternwood pewee. don't see anything. Either in terms of the tanager or what it might be calling an alert for. Stopped. Okay? It might not have been because there's a predator or anything nearby. There it goes again. Could be some other reason. I hear the great crested flycatcher again. Well, I can't see if there is a raptor or something like that around. I hear a gray catbird also now. And an easternwood pewee. Swamp sparrow. Well, we'll continue. I'm not seeing anything. Maybe there is something here, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know if a tanager would issue that sound just to another tanager for some, because they're trying to chase each other off or something like that. I don't know if that's strictly an alert call or not, is what I'm basically trying to say. Pewee. Pew. Song sparrow. Now while I'm here, I might as well look. Maybe there's something. Maybe there's something in view that is what the tanager was going on about, but we're not hearing that any longer. Oh, sorry. When I hear the easternwood pewee, which is a type of flycatcher, by the way, it just sounds so sad when it does that.
when I was done taking photos in Montezuma, you know, at Mace Point, I realized, boy, I was running later than I had wanted to. But, you know, I had enjoyed what I was seeing, and it was hard to walk away, I have to admit. But once the decision was made, okay, let's go, you know. And I hurried to the car, stowed the gear, started prep for here, in terms of reconfiguring, swapping batteries, etc. And then hurried here, you know. Probably drove a little faster than usual, and I hardly looked for birds on the way. Normally, I'm constantly scanning for birds on the way, and I didn't even do that. But I felt like I was in a hurry and everything. I wanted to get here, and then I thought, well, you are having fun. I mean, this is what you enjoy doing. Now, with the naked eye, I'm really not seeing anything out there, but we'll look around a bit. Oh, something's disturbing the water. Where is it? Hold on, let me find it. Oh, whatever it was is no longer disturbing the water. That's why I can't find it. Did I hear something? Just heard a yellowthroat. And we're hearing frogs and a gray catbird and a swamp sparrow. Common yellowthroat again. May have just heard a cardinal. Really, nothing going on here bird-wise that we can see. The yellowthroat, as usual, I'd love to have a look at it. There may be two of them. Yes, there are two of them singing. And two we can't see. These common yellow throats, they just won't cooperate. Well, I don't think we're going to see it, unfortunately. Wouldn't mind seeing the catbird either, but those we at least get to see sometimes. We have not seen any Canada geese yet here today. I imagine there are some somewhere, but we haven't seen any. Song sparrow, gray catbird, frogs. Robin. I think swan sparrow. Wood thrush again, I believe. Yes, wood thrush. So a wood thrush is singing, maybe not very, very close to us, and a robin seems to be calling on an alert. The robin also is not very close to us. I don't happen to see anything from here. Swan sparrow. Yellow warbler. Two robins now. Well, maybe a different robin and
Oh, wait a minute. Do I see something, or is that the robin? I think it might be the robin. Yeah, it looks a little large or a little small for a raptor. I think this is the robin, yes. It's not calling an alert any longer. And it's gone. I don't know where the robin went. Hearing again the wood thrush singing. And still in that direction, there's a robin. It might be nothing, I don't know. It's a great catbird we're hearing over here. I see it. It'll be dark, but let's see if we can show you. know, it just, the fact that it's there, it's singing. Oh, it just took off. It's just amazing to see that, you know, it's just there, it's singing to all, and, you know, it's obviously a very complex series of notes and sounds. Something I wouldn't dare try to duplicate. I just heard an eastern kingbird. Oh, sorry, too bright. So really, you know, in terms of the pond itself, it's been very quiet. In terms of, like, you know, we haven't seen any waterfowl on it. We haven't seen any herons or anything. No geese, no ducks. Now maybe things have changed since we were last looking at the pond, but a little while ago. But oh, there's a goose. Single goose. I wonder if that's the same goose. You may recall I've mentioned how it's, you know, a single goose by itself, and I've wondered about it. If there's an issue or what? Why is there one single goose by itself here? I'm not seeing anything else. Looking around with binoculars now. as I said, I've been hearing an eastern kingbird. I don't know where it is. And you're looking, I don't know if you've realized it, but you're looking at a frog on top of the former nest tree. Let's keep moving, I guess. You know, while in a way it's been quiet here, in a way we've actually seen or heard a good variety. Like I mentioned before, we've seen or heard 5 different species of woodpecker, tufted titmice, northern cardinals, now a Canada goose, robins, a barred owl. I think we heard a yellow warbler earlier, common yellowthroat. Song sparrow, swamp sparrow. As we were driving in, did we see a starling? Red-winged blackbirds, I know. I just got my eye. Oh, the cedar waxwings. So really, you know, not our worst visit here. I mean, we've actually seen some nice things. I even enjoyed watching that catbird sing, even though, I mean, could have been, you know, lighting could have been better. Speaking of catbirds, we're hearing one now. Yeah. This area really needs mulch over the roots. I'm hearing a robin alert call again. Frogs and a gray catbird. But nothing else that's obvious. Let me look around with binoculars. So far, no herons today here. Not that I've seen. fewer cars here now, so I would guess the event is over. Different rabbit. If you want proof, truth is, for me, here at Sapsucker, this is the event. Just being out here and walking around. I love the lab and everything. It's nice to go in there every once in a while, certainly. But I'm okay with not being, in any given event. I like being out here and getting the chance to, hopefully see the birds. I better brighten it back up. Oh, gotta adjust something. I don't know if, I don't believe we're going to walk back into the woods. We've done that lately, but it's a little bit late to start even a partial walk. I'm glad we saw a barred owl, and, I'd love to see or hear one again, today. But we'd have to be, very lucky in terms of lighting and somehow have light on it to see it. Yeah, I figured as much. They're just dealing with the tables inside right now. Someone has to clean up the mess. You have to remember, the lab is open tomorrow, and those tables are in the way, so they've got to deal with them. But not only the cars, but the vans were all gone. There were a few cars left, but probably the people cleaning up. But yeah, and we could walk into the we could walk into the woods, but I don't think it's really worthwhile. And again, we didn't see any geese other than that one Canada goose. So I don't know where the family or families are. Just didn't get to see them today. I think the frog is still there. Can't see it well, but I believe that's the frog. Actually, we're hearing a vehicle right now, but it's actually fairly peaceful. I believe we did hear. Did we hear a plane across the way in the airport? I think we did at one point, but it's been quiet since. And you know, there's not much road noise. If you didn't know, one thing about the Ithaca area, you know, you have Cornell University, you have Ithaca College. Between the two, you know, they have, you know, they create a significant increase in the number of people in the area. And you know, when they're you know, not in session like now we're in summer for them. You know, it's a significant drop. It's not, I used to hear it was not 50%, but it was maybe, I don't know, a 40% increase or something like that. That's a substantial increase. And so now, and I'll tell you, like when I was coming back from Montezuma, I could see it. You know, in terms of how much traffic there was, definitely less traffic. We see less traffic on the campus, of course, but even just some of the intersections I have to go through to, you know, to come to the campus, there's less traffic. By the way, this is as bright as it gets, with, you know, on the scope. If I remove from the scope, then it'll be brighter, but... We saw no ducks. It sounds like people are going to their vehicles now, so maybe they're done. I hope so, you know, for their sake. think maybe, I was just hoping maybe we'd see a heron or something, possibly. Someone stalking fish late in the day, but not seeing anything like that. Maybe it's time I packed up and headed home. I hope you've enjoyed the day. I have. We've seen some nice things here and there. Would have liked to have seen some other things that we just didn't manage to find today, like, maybe a bittern, either American or leased. Maybe one of the rails, such as a Virginia rail or something, but we just didn't manage to see that. But I enjoyed our time in Montezuma overall. And even, like I mentioned when we were there, even East Road seemed quiet at first, but we had some nice sightings there. Whether it was the hooded mergansers, the mother and babies, or a little bit of sandhill cranes, the bobolinks. I enjoyed our walk here too. I mean, we heard quite a bit, saw a little bit too, and I enjoyed it. But it looks like we're, despite how bright it is on camera, let me get you back to essentially normal. It's actually maybe a little bit darker than that. That's about right, maybe about here, or here. So you can see how dark it is now. Well, I can't even see anything on the screen. Maybe a little brighter. So I'd say it's probably time for me to pack up and head home. I want to wish you all well. I hope you've enjoyed the day, and we will see you all next time. Take care, everybody. Have a great night. Bye-bye.